The gallery is open. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator waited. The benches sat patiently. As the narrator waited, the sun shone. Inside the gallery, the walls were waiting, the benches were waiting. The narrator is present.
It's the opposite message though. Alright. See you alright. See you alright. Yeah.
There's not really much on the floor. It's pretty good. I'm sure it's
I don't know where to go. Yeah.
Narrator is present.
The narrator is present. The gallery waits. The benches are empty. The walls are waiting to be watched. The benches are still. The man walked into the gallery. The man waited to see what would happen. He thought about what he had done that morning. The man wore a blue shirt. Blue shirt sat and listened. Blue Shirt had a beard and trains and trousers that were rolled up. The trousers were a gift from his mother. The beard was very particular. Blue Shirt had his legs crossed and thought about the next time he needed to trim his beard. Blue Shirt's beard was a healthy beard. Beard had been growing for 4 months. Beard liked sunshine and air and breeze. Beard also liked being stroked. Blue Shirt liked his beard. Blue Shirt left the bench. Narrator is present. The bench remembered Blue Shirt. The bench remembered beard.
Kids again, like,
The narrator is present. The benches were perpendicular. The narrator is present. The couple in diapers sit on the bench. They had sunglasses on their heads. Sunglasses that had been on many vacations. Sunglasses that had been to France, to Spain, and to Rome. The sunglasses' favourite trip was Rome. Both pairs of sunglasses enjoyed the sun. both pairs of sunglasses enjoyed outside. A man with a t-shirt looks at the wall. A man in a t-shirt has pieces of paper. He looked at the paper and looked at the wall. He also noted the couple with sunglasses. The sunglasses enjoyed the view. The sunglasses sat on the bench, on the people, on their heads. The people looked at paper. The sunglasses remembered times in France. The sunglasses had been at the Eiffel Tower and looked at the view. The view was spectacular. The sunglasses wanted more. The couple sat on the bench and thought about their next holiday. The sunglasses were happy. The couple wanted to go away to Spain. They decided that Madrid was the best destination. The couple talked. The couple talked about what they would be having for dinner that evening. They decided spaghetti on toast was not a good idea. The narrator is present. The walls waited to be watched. The benches waited to be sat on. Time passed. The gallery was empty. The narrator waited. The gallery was empty. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator wanted people.
Do you know what?
The narrator waited patiently.
It's always been good.
The benches sat still. The benches waited. The walls waited.
Well, now, I don't think I was before, but now I'm aware of it.
The narrator filled the space with images of another time. A lady in a skirt entered the space. The lady wore black sandals. The black sandals had walked many miles. Many miles. The black sandals liked to walk. The black sandals had walked to different countries and into different spaces. The sandals' favourite space was mountains. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The benches waited. The benches needed to be sat on. The person in the space wanted to sit down. The person in the space was nervous. The person had a grey handbag. The handbag had from Marks and Spencer's. The Marks and Spencer's bag was happy. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The narrator is pleased. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator remembers different times. The narrator fills the space with these times. The benches turn into tables. The table on the left is filled with food. The table on the right is empty. The walls turn into open space. There are trees and a lake. The lake is surrounded by flowers. The flowers gently sway in the breeze. There is a walkway leading from a grassy patch into an island in the middle of the lake. It takes a few minutes to walk there. The grass is soft. The sun shines. There is a cool breeze. The food on the table on the left is made up of different vegetables. There are potatoes and tomatoes. There are yams and spinach. There are grapes and there are strawberries. There are fruit and vegetables on the table. The empty table on the right wishes to be filled with food, like the table on the left. The image disappears. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. Narrator is present.
Yeah, okay.
The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator waited. The benches were empty. A person entered the space. The person wore a grey jumper with the sleeves rolled to the elbows. Grey jumper sat on the bench and listened. Grey jumper had a beard and brown hair with a quiff at the front. Grey jumper looked around. Grey jumper crossed his legs with some difficulty. Grey jumper thought about what he had done that morning. When he had woken up, when he had brushed his teeth, when he had combed his beard, when he had eaten his breakfast. For breakfast, Grey jumper had bacon and eggs. He had wanted beans, but couldn't find any in his cupboards. The eggs were cooked with oil instead of butter, and the bacon was trimmed of all fat. It was a healthy breakfast. Grey jumper decided that today was a good day. The sun was shining outside. He was sitting in a gallery and listening to a narrator. Grey Jumper thought about what else he would do that day. There were options. Grey Jumper would go to the zoo. Grey Jumper could go to a restaurant. Grey Jumper could go to Thorpe Park if he so wished, but maybe it was a bit far. Grey Jumper decided that London Zoo would be a good idea. Grey Jumper's favourite animal were lions. Grey Jumper wanted to watch lions run in sunshine. But upon reflection, Grey Jumper realised this was probably not going to happen. Grey Jumper decided to have a wander. The benches were sad. The benches liked to be sat on. Grey Jumper sat down. Grey Jumper had shoes on that he had bought from Next. Next was not his favourite store, but it was a good option. He had needed to buy shoes quickly, and so decided Next was the best option. They were shoes bought for a wedding, but they had been the closest shoes that he could put on today, and so he wore them. They were comfortable shoes. Not the most comfortable shoes, but comfortable enough. Grey Jumper wanted to go to his next destination, but was wondering where the next destination would be. Grey Jumper wasn't sure if his shoes would walk that far, but was happy to try. As London Zoo was no longer on the list, Grey Jumper thought about where he could go. Grey Jumper was enjoying his time in the gallery. Grey Jumper enjoyed wandering around the gallery. It was fun. It was the most fun Grey Jumper had had in days. The last thing Grey Jumper had done was to go out and get a little tipsy last night. Getting tipsy was very fun, but sometimes it was difficult. Grey Jumper had been out with his friends last night, but only for a few. Grey Jumper had drunk bitter. Grey Jumper didn't particularly enjoy bitter, but had drunk it anyway. The narrator is present. The narrator waiting. The benches were empty. The walls flashed with information that no one was reading at present. The benches were white. The floor was not carpeted. The narrator waited. The narrator waited. The gallery was empty. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present.
Are we really doing this? Yes, we are. I'm the expert to you basically, trying to make it.
The narrator waiting.
Like the sign. Signs to move that. What do you have? Just squish it. What's going on with it? However, I expect it to be. Come on, and I'm crashing that, moving the joint. Yeah, you know. What is it though? Offline.
The battery is empty.
Battery. Oh, that's nice, man. I like it.
This way. What do you mean then? But not everyone here is saying
The
the
room is lit with electric light. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The gallery remains empty. The narrator is present. Gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The benches are empty. The walls are filled with interesting information. The narrator waits.
Really?
A person walks into the room. The person is wearing a long coat. The long coat is comfortable, but a little hot. The coat sits on a bench. The bench is also comfortable. The bench is more comfortable than walking or standing. And so grey coat sits. The bench was not as comfortable as first thought. The gallery is empty. Gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator waited. The gallery is empty. The gallery is empty. The narrator waited. The narrator waited patiently.
What is this? Thank you.
The narrator is present. The benches waited. The walls flickered.
This is breathing.
The narrator is present. The narrator waited. The benches waited. The narrator is present.
I think you got it.
The narrator waited.
It's so hard to follow with them. How did you learn?
Really, I find it super easy, but I find whenever I hear something, it completely overrides it, and I can't read it anymore. It's like it wins.
Distraction.
And that's the point of it.
The lady looked into the room.
But this is interesting, because I used to be reading apps.
The narrator is present.
Is that they're saying these apps are supposed to get rid of your inner voice, the sort of thing that when you read it, like, many of us are just hearing inner voice when we read it.
The lady walked into the room.
About our day-to-day lives. It reminds us to find
The
milk.
lady sat down.
It helps us to role play difficult conversations we may need to have with others.
The lady waited patiently.
Thinking about what maybe thought of as an internal model.
She was wearing sandals.
Yeah.
It was hot outside, so the sandals were appropriate. The sandals helped her feet feel cool in the hot, hot sunshine. Suddenly, it was beginning to feel like summer. The lady had a pair of sunglasses. The sunglasses shielded her eyes from the hot, hot sun. The sandals and the sunglasses were both summer wear. The lady was happy that it was summer. There was a pram in the room. The pram was covered. The pram was empty because a man held a baby. The baby was very small, but also very happy. The baby was wearing a striped jumpsuit. There was also a man with a beard. The man with the beard sat next to the lady with the sunglasses. They sat side by side and waited. The lady thought about the hot, hot sunshine. And even though she was inside, she knew the sun was shining outside, and it made her happy. The gentleman was also happy. The gentleman had a beard. The beard was well groomed. He had combed his beard the night before. The man was wearing a black t-shirt. The black t-shirt was comfortable. The black t-shirt was made out of 100% cotton. It had cost £10. The lady in the sunglasses looked at the paper. The man in the black t-shirt also looked at the paper. The bearded man was also happy that the sun was shining outside. The summer was a great time for him. It meant that he could be very active outdoors, as he had spent the winter indoors, in hibernation. Hibernation was a difficult time of year, as it was very lonely, and summertime meant that he could come out and meet people. Meeting people was one of his favourite activities. Black t-shirt man and sunglasses and sandals woman had never met. This was their first meeting. It ended happily. The narrator is present.
Of the book? Yeah.
The concept is to issue the fact that they want to be using they know it's going to take money, so it's a couple of
The lady walked into the space. She was wearing a sports top and jeans that were pulled up to just under her knees. Sports top didn't want to sit on a bench, so she didn't. Sports top had been for a run that morning. The run had been invigorating. It had lasted at least half an hour non-stop. As she ran, she remembered the time when she was little and had wanted to be a runner. Her favourite runner was Mo Farah. She wanted to run just like Mo Farah. During her run this morning, the sun had shone, and she was happy. A lady sat on a bench. She had on jeans. A man sat next to her. He had a backpack. Jeans and backpack were friends. A lady with a blue jumper sat behind them. Blue jumper didn't know blue jeans and backpack. Blue jeans and backpack have been friends for a long, long time. The first time they met was at least 6 years ago. The time that they had met was one full of laughter and alcohol. Backpack and blue jeans were good friends. Blue jumper sat behind backpack and blue jeans. Blue jumper wondered how they had met. Backpack and blue jeans were wondering what they should do with the rest of the day. Backpack and blue jeans thought about going out for dinner, but they were unsure where to eat. Backpack liked Pizza Express, but blue jeans liked Nando's. The choice of chicken or pizza was a difficult one to make, so they thought about it for a while. Ultimately, Pizza Express beat Nando's. So Backpack and blue jeans would be eating out at Pizza Express this evening, they decided. Backpack and blue jeans had not eaten out together since 2 weeks ago. This was going to be a fun evening. The last time they had eaten out together, it had also been a fun evening. They had also been drinking a little alcohol, but not much. A lady walked into the space. She had on a blue t-shirt. A blue t-shirt with leaves. A young girl with sandals on looked around the space. She had a scooter. The scooter was the best scooter ever. The scooter could go faster than any scooter in the entire world. Backpack and blue jeans wished they both had scooters. Unfortunately, they didn't. Backpack and blue jeans got ready to go.
Maybe you sit down, you sit down.
The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator waited. The gallery was empty.
Quite short.
The narrator is present.
You're doing it now. You're doing exactly what this thing is telling us about.
The narrator waited.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
The narrator knew two ladies were in the gallery.
Yeah.
No.
The lady, there's two ladies in the gallery.
The narrator waited for two ladies. The narrator waited patiently. The narrator wondered what the two ladies would look like.
I think it's just by coincidence. We're talking about two ladies.
Yeah.
The narrator wanted to talk to the two ladies.
Chinese is this one baby.
The narrator is present.
Where's your house? Is that? You got me very well there.
Oh, wait, look. We want to see.
Two ladies walked into the space. They both had long brown hair. The ladies sat together. The ladies thought about what they had done so far that day. The ladies had been walking in the sunshine. The sunshine had been beautiful. The ladies listened to the narrator. The two ladies had been friends for a long time. The first time they met had been at college. That day had been about 5 years ago. They had both graduated since then. The lady on the left had studied advanced engineering. The lady on the right had studied animal behavior. They had both been interesting topics. The ladies thought about what they had done since graduation. Neither of the ladies worked in the fields that they had studied. The lady on the left now worked as a carpenter. The lady on the right worked as a dog trainer. The lady on the left enjoyed her job, but wanted something more. So she was thinking about doing electrical engineering, but wasn't sure. The lady on the right was happy being a dog trainer and spent her days running around with dogs. It was fun. They enjoyed themselves. The narrator is present. The narrator waits. The narrator is present. There is a man in green shorts. The man is wearing green shorts and trainers. The trainers are slightly uncomfortable. He bought them from TK Maxx on a good deal. They cost him £6.50. The trainers are green. The £6.50 trainers might get thrown away soon because they are slightly uncomfortable. Green trainers have not been too far today. Green trainers have walked through the park and into the gallery. Green trainers are unsure what to do next. The gallery is empty. Green trainers looks at the piece of paper. Green trainers wants to sit, but doesn't. Green trainers has a wander around the space and is unsure what to do next. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present.
Right,
The narrator is present. The narrator waited for people.
Ready?
The narrator is present.
I think this is just showing that if you don't have it, word showing.
The narrator knew that it was scary to be on camera, but also enjoyed being on camera. The narrator is present. The benches were empty. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. A person enters a space. Another person enters the space. The girl wears a grey t-shirt and the man wears grey t-shirt sits on a bench. Blue t-shirt stands. Blue t-shirt wants to sit down, but doesn't. Blue t-shirt stood. Grey t-shirt sat. Blue t-shirt told grey t-shirt that it was time to go.
Hello. You don't know bicycle and training things, but it's really there's a country park. Very little information about the country park. No, I don't know. I've got no idea what that might be.
The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The narrator waits patiently. The artist walks through the space. The gallery is empty. The artist walks back through the space. The narrator is present. The narrator waits patiently. The benches are empty. Information flickers on the walls. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The narrator waits patiently. The benches are empty. A lady entered the room. She wore a blue dress. A gentleman followed. He had on a backpack. The lady had sat down. Both people were looking at the paper. The lady wore a blue dress. The blue dress was very comfortable. The blue dress kept her cool in the sunshine. The backpack had in it a spare jumper, just in case the rain started. The backpack also had some rope, in case of emergencies. Luckily, the rope in the backpack had never been used. The backpack had lots of space. The lady wanted to put her jacket in the backpack, but didn't, and continued to hold her jacket. The lady had sat down, and the gentleman had sat down next to her. They listened to the narrator intently. The lady in the blue dress and the gentleman in the backpack were a couple. They had been together for 15 years. On their last anniversary, Backpack had taken Blue Dress on vacation to Las Vegas. Las Vegas was a place that they had always wanted to visit. Whilst in Las Vegas, they had spent more than they wanted to, but they had enjoyed their visit. Backpack had played the roulette wheel, and Blue Dress had played blackjack. Blue Dress was a much better gambler than Backpack.
Well, that's probably true.
Backpack tended to lose more money than Blue Dress, but Blue Dress didn't mind him as long as Backpack enjoyed himself. For their next anniversary, they didn't know what to do. But Blue Dress was thinking about a holiday vacation in somewhere quite different. Blue Dress was thinking about India. Blue Dress had never been to India before and wanted to try some authentic curry. Blue Dress didn't mind spicy food, but Backpack had a sensitive stomach.
It's true.
Backpack would probably enjoy India, so Blue Dress thought it was a definite option. Another option for Blue Dress was going back to Las Vegas, but because Backpack was such a bad gambler, she didn't think that it was a good idea. Secretly, Backpack had wanted to start gambling online, but luckily hadn't made the jump yet. Blue Dress would not find out if Backpack started to gamble, but Backpack had good morals, so Backpack would stay away from gambling online.
It's true.
It's lucky Backpack has good morals.
Blue Dress and Backpack wondered what they were going to do this evening. Blue Dress and Backpack wanted to go out, but couldn't decide whether they wanted to go for a barbecue at home or out for a meal. Blue Dress liked to be outside. Backpack also liked to be outside, but sometimes it was nice to eat out, and they hadn't done that for a long time. The last time they ate out together was about 6 weeks ago. So Backpack thought it was about time. Backpack wanted to treat Blue Dress to a lovely evening meal. He was that kind of man. A good man. But a bad gambler. Backpack's favourite restaurant was in the centre of London. Backpack's favourite restaurant was called Sushi Sticks. Sushi Sticks was a fun restaurant, and Backpack enjoyed raw fish. Blue Dress, unbeknownst to Backpack, didn't enjoy raw fish, but she ate it just to keep him happy.
Blue Dress.
Blue Dress's favourite food was really steak. Medium rare, sneak with garlic butter. She also enjoyed spinach with garlic. Blue Dress really enjoyed anything with garlic. Unfortunately, raw fish often didn't come with garlic. Backpack also likes garlic, but in moderation. Blue Dress decided that she would this evening do a barbecue. A barbecue was the way forward. Well, Backpack and Blue Dress decided to go ahead with the barbecue. That way they could have steak, medium rare, and possibly some jacket potatoes cooked in Furtherfield. Blue Dress enjoyed jacket potatoes cooked in foil with garlic butter. Backpack also enjoyed jacket potatoes with garlic butter. Backpack and Blue Dress were happy in the gallery. It made them remember times gone by. Another of their favourite times together were the time that they had been swimming in a local swimming pool. Backpack had tried to do a dive and unfortunately had face planted. Had laughed herself silly. It had been a good day. Blue Dress decided that maybe tomorrow would be a day to swim. She hoped that Backpack would also want to swim, even remembering the last time they had been swimming. But she promised not to let him dive again, and knew that it would be a good day.
It's not like Blue Dress has to look after that a lot.
That's true.
Yeah.
Blue Dress looked through her handbag. She was trying to find her handkerchief. Backpack had a smudge on his face. She wanted to wipe it off, but unfortunately couldn't find her handkerchief. Backpack and Blue Dress were happy with the narrator. The narrator was happy with Backpack and Blue Dress.
This is brilliant.
Backpack and Blue Dress were also thinking about the song that they both shared. It was their favourite song. It was the Beatles song, Oobla-dee, life goes on, whoa, la 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 la, life goes on. Blue Dress often sang that to Backpack in times that were difficult. Backpack had once tried to sing it to her while there were other people in the room, and Blue Dress had been very angry. It was a secret plan and not to be shared. Another secret song was one not by the Beatles, but by the Rolling Stones, and it was Paint It Black. Blue Dress loved the Beatles, but Backpack loved the Rolling Stones. They often argued about which band.
You never talked about.
Blue Dress argued that the Beatles had John Lennon. Backpack argued the Rolling Stones had others that the narrator cannot remember. The narrator remembered that the Rolling Stones had Mick Jagger. Blue Dress argued that John Lennon was superior to Mick Jagger. But Backpack said Mick Jagger's dance moves were far superior to John Lennon's. And also, Mick Jagger was still alive, which had a lot to be said for it. You just argued that John Lennon's death was not John Lennon's fault. Therefore, that argument should be stricken from the record. Ludwig's favourite Beatles song was Please, Please Me. Sometimes, when she was alone in the house, she would sing it to herself and sway gently. Backpack and Blue Dress have recently bought a house together. This was not their first house, it was their second purchase. And the process had been not as smooth as they had hoped. But they were bearing up against the stress. Backpack and Blue Dress were very strong. Backpack and Blue Dress were still thinking about what they should do tonight. Although steak and jacket potatoes seemed like a good idea, they also wondered if they should invite friends and turn it into a party. Parties were always fun. If their friend Gerald came. Gerald was always the life and soul of any party. But Gerald tended to go a bit crazy, and they weren't sure if they could keep him under control. And so they thought, maybe not Gerald this evening. Maybe their friend Samantha instead. Samantha was easier to handle, but equally fun. So yes, they would have a barbecue, in which Samantha would join them and Gerald would not. So they thought about what songs they could play that evening. Would they be playing the Beatles, or would they be playing the Rolling Stones? Or would they skip both completely and play something more recent? Backpack was not a fan of Justin Bieber, although Blue Dress secretly quite fancied him, although she would never tell that.
No, I don't.
Or anyone.
She doesn't. It's not true. It's not true.
They also wondered something easy listening. Maybe some acoustic guitar and a playlist from Spotify. That was much easier than arguing about music.
Yes, it also grown.
Blue Dress and Backpack didn't often argue, but another thing that they argued about, besides the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, was who should make the tea. They're both avid tea drinkers. Blue Dress liked green tea, but Backpack liked black tea. Backpack liked lemon with his black tea. One slice of lemon and one lump of brown sugar. Blue Dress thought this was very particular and just enjoyed the simpleness of green tea. No lemon, no lump of sugar, just tea leaves. Simple. She thought Backpack's black tea was very complicated. And so when it came to whose turn it was to make the tea, Blue Dress often made Backpack make the tea. Backpack thought this was unfair and called her on it. Just because he enjoyed lemon and sugar didn't mean it was his job to make the tea. He just liked lemon and sugar. Surely that wasn't a problem. But, Blue Dress argued, yours is far more complicated and takes more effort. Mine is simple, therefore you should make the tea.
It's complicated.
Often, Backpack would back down. Again, he was a good man. Not a good gambler, but a good man. Blue Dress was happy. Backpack was happy. Today would be the day that they remembered for a long time. They would speak to it. They would speak about it to their grandchildren. They would tell them about the day they had sat in the gallery and listened to the narrator. And they would smile. And they would laugh. And they would tell their grandchildren that they didn't like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, but the narrator had said that they had. It will be a fond memory.
It's true.
They will have 6 grandchildren,
Oh, God.
3 boys and 3 girls. The boys will be called John, Paul, and Ringo. And the girls will be called Alison, Elizabeth, and Mary. They will be good grandchildren. All the boys will be tall and athletic, and all the girls will also be tall, apart from Elizabeth. She will be slightly short. They will also be athletic. Blue Dress and Backpack will spoil their grandchildren rotten. Blue Dress will give them sweets when she shouldn't. And Backpack will also give them sweets when he shouldn't.
I think the question is, if it's said by the narrator,
Blue Dress leaned on Backpack's shoulder.
it wasn't true.
This was her favourite place. This was her safe place. Blue Dress loved Backpack very much. And Backpack loved Blue Dress very much. As of yet, Blue Dress and Backpack were not married. But Backpack secretly was going to ask Blue Dress to marry him. Blue Dress did not know this, of course, but Backpack had chosen the perfect ring. The perfect antique ring for Blue Dress. It could not be just any ring. It had to be unique and special, just like her. Backpack had travelled far and wide to find the perfect ring. He had been on vacation to Edinburgh. Blue Dress thought he was going on a business conference to Edinburgh, but actually he was buying her a ring. The trip to Edinburgh had been cold and wet, but it had been fun nonetheless. He had found the ring in an old shop. It was in a district that not many people walked through, and it reminded him of Harry Potter. Harry Potter was one of Backpack's favourite books. His favourite character was Sirius Black, and often Backpack fancied himself a bit like a werewolf. As he had walked into the shop, there had been a little bell that had jingled overhead, and he had seen through the dust a man at the counter. The man at the counter was slightly grumpy and old. He had gone over to the man and told him what he was looking for. He had said, "I am buying a ring. It needs to be unique and special, like blue dress." The man at the counter had picked out 6 rings. There was one with a big diamond. There was another with a big emerald. One with a sapphire, another with a ruby, and the last was with topaz. The man had chosen, Backpack had chosen, the sapphire. It had been the best choice. The ring was in the backpack. Backpack was in the gallery. The ring and the backpack were now present in the gallery. But of course, Blue Dress didn't know. Another person entered the space. Backpack and Blue Dress were happy.
Okay.
This is brilliant. Proper narrator. I think she's got them perfectly.
Probably.
Backpack would not ask Blue Dress for a little while, but maybe, Backpack thought, he could ask her tonight, after they left the gallery. They went and had steak with garlic butter and jacket potatoes.
Don't forget that. It's in it forever.
Backpack and Blue Dress are happy in the gallery. The narrator was happy that Backpack and Blue Dress were in the gallery too.
Bye, narrator. See you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blue Dress and Backpack thought about coming back tomorrow to see if the narrator was still there.
And I remember us. Let's wear a blue dress. You have to wear a blue dress tomorrow.
Okay.
Backpack and Blue Dress were still wondering about tonight. They thought that the menu with just steak and jacket potatoes might be slightly more limited. What else could they cook? Maybe some veggies. Blue Dress's favourite veggies were courgettes. Backpack really hated courgettes. Backpack's favourite vegetables were tomatoes. Tomatoes were versatile. Backpack and Blue Dress decided it was time to get ready for this evening's barbecue.
Your dress does not know anything about this.
Blue Dress embraced Backpack and gave him a big kiss. She said, "Okay, we won't have courgettes tonight. We'll have tomatoes instead." Backpack was happy. Blue Dress was happy. The narrator was also happy.
No. Excellent.
Blue Dress and Backpack smiled at each other and waved goodbye to the space and the narrator. The narrator said, "Goodbye, thanks for coming."
Yes, we get you 4 hours, and then once the day is done, take short
That's brilliant.
The narrator is present.
Thank you.
The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator waited. The narrator waited patiently. The gallery was empty.
Where is it? Okay.
The narrator is present. The gallery is set. The narrator is present.
Oh. Really?
The narrator waited patiently.
Is that it?
The narrator waited, wondering who would walk into the space. The narrator waited patiently. The narrator is present. A buggy entered the space. The buggy was pushed by a lady with jeans. There was also a man in the space. The man had a beard and a shaved head.
One day.
The man looked around the gallery and left.
I'm the trigger.
The narrator is present. The narrator waited. The narrator is present. A lady with a spotted backpack entered the space. She wears a green dress and carries a bottle of water. There is also a man with sunglasses on his head. He waves at the camera. There are blue sunglasses on his head, like the lady's blue backpack. Blue backpack and blue sunglasses stand patiently. They stood and waited. Sunglasses, blue sunglasses, because blue were his favourite colour. and blue was also her favourite colour. That is why she bought the blue backpack and not the red one. The narrator is present. The narrator waited patiently. Nobody sat on the benches. The man in the maroon t-shirt stood. The lady with the grey shirt had a black handbag in one hand and paper in the other. The couple looked at the walls. They looked at the walls and commented about the information that they saw on the walls. The information on the walls kept their interest. Images flashed and things were taken in. The man in the maroon shirt read avidly. Maroon shirt enjoyed reading. His favourite book was The Life and Times of Julius Caesar. Grey Top didn't enjoy The Life and Times of Julius Caesar, but instead enjoyed a bit of Agatha Christie. Maroon shirt and grey shirt leave the gallery. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present.
No, that's true. Expectations to go ahead. No, that's true.
The narrator is present. The walls flicker with information. The space is filled with technology. The narrator was present in the space. The room is square. The benches were inviting. Often, when people came into the room, they sat on the benches, but sometimes people stood. The information on the walls was constant. Sometimes people read the information on the walls. The ideas about technology were interesting. The space was inviting. People liked to walk around the space. Sometimes people came and left quickly, but often they sat and listened. The benches were comfortable benches, not uncomfortable benches. The benches could hold many people at once. The walls flickered with information. Information that needed to be read. Information that was interesting. The narrator was present. The benches were made of wood. The wood had been painted white. There were 2 benches. The bench on the left was slightly more comfortable than the bench on the right. A small boy entered the room. He had on a red t-shirt. He wandered around the room, wondering where the voice was coming from. He looked at the walls. The information was interesting. The information on the walls
Very weird, yeah. You have to read very, very quickly.
was constant.
Understand what they said.
The walls were never empty. The walls were a different colour to the floor. The floor was grey, but the walls were white. The information on the walls was very interesting. People should have read the information on the walls. The young boy in a red t-shirt read the information on the walls. Red t-shirt also had a man in a backpack with a checkered shirt. Red t-shirt enjoyed the information on the walls. Checkered shirt also enjoyed the information on the walls. Red shirt leant against checkered shirt because it was comfortable. Checkered shirt continued to read the information on the walls. Checkered shirt enjoyed technology. It was his favourite pastime. Often, checkered shirt would come home from work and spend a few hours navigating the computer. Computers were fun. There was a lot of information you could find on computers. Red t-shirt also enjoyed computers, but preferred computer games rather than computer information. Red shirt's favourite computer game was World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft was a great game. Checkered shirt didn't play World of Warcraft, but did play Zelda when he was younger. Checkered shirt had not played computer games for a long time. The last computer game Checkered shirt had played was Minesweeper, which he often lost and got very frustrated about. Red shirt would have been happy to show Checkered shirt about World of Warcraft, but didn't think that he would get it. Checkered shirt and red shirt had been outside enjoying the sunshine today. It was such a beautiful day, they had gone for a walk in the park. The park was a fun place to be, so they decided to go back. The benches are made of wood and meant for sitting on. The benches could seat 6 people uncomfortably, but between 4 and 5 people comfortably. 4 adults and 1 child would be desirable. 7 people would definitely be a squish. The information on the walls is intriguing and should be read. Cardigan lady reads the information on the walls. Cardigan enjoys reading, and the information on the walls is particularly interesting. Cardigan is an avid reader. She has just finished reading a book by Caitlin Moran. Caitlin Moran has just released a new book. Cardigan has read all of Caitlin Moran's books, but her particular favourite is Caitlin Moran, How to Be a Woman. Cardigan has been walking in the sunshine. Walking in the sunshine and feeling the breeze against her cheek. The breeze is beautiful. The sunshine is also beautiful. Cardigan still thinks it's slightly cool outside and could do with being warmer, but that's okay. It's nice to have some sunshine after such a long winter. Cardigan spent the winter working hard. Cardigan works as a teacher. It's a hard job and the pay isn't great, but somebody has to do it. And so Cardigan does it. Cardigan teaches between 11 and 12-year-olds. She works in junior school. Cardigan enjoys teaching. Red jumper, red coat. There was a lady in a red coat. She sits near Cardigan. Red coat listened to the narrator. A gentleman with a backpack also listened to the narrator. He read the piece of paper that was in his hands. Cardigan and red jumper and backpack listened to the narrator. Red coat and black backpack had come to the gallery together. They had parked their car quite near the gallery and walked to the gallery on foot.
Have we?
Cardigan and fur jacket enjoyed sitting on the bench. The bench was comfortable. Red Coat also had a bench in her back garden. It wasn't as comfortable as the bench she sat on in the gallery. She wondered if she could steal discreetly the bench from the gallery, but on reflection decided it probably wouldn't happen. Black Backpack would have helped her try to steal the bench, but also knew that it would have been a bad idea. Cardigan wonders about what she will do after leaving the gallery. Even though it was cold outside, she could still wander in the sunshine around the park. The park is fun. The park is vast. Cardigan often wanders around the park. Red Coat and Black Backpack don't often wander around the park because it is far from the house that they live in. They do not live close to this park, although they live close to another park. Their park has many trees. The trees are very beautiful. Red Jacket has a favourite particular tree in her park. The favourite particular tree is underneath or next to a small stream. It is a willow tree. Red Jacket loves the willow tree. Black Backpack also enjoys this willow tree. The stream trickles by the willow, and you can listen to the water against the stones. It is beautiful. Cardigan doesn't have a favourite tree. Cardigan enjoys all trees. Cardigan sat in the gallery and thought about her favourite place to be. Cardigan's favourite place to be was actually the aquarium. Cardigan loved aquariums. Cardigan often went to aquariums in different countries. Cardigan's favourite aquarium was not near this gallery. Cardigan's favourite aquarium was actually in America. America was the place Cardigan loved the best. She had been there several times. On Cardigan's first visit to America, she had met a cowboy, a real live cowboy. As Cardigan had laid on the bench, she remembered the cowboy. His name had been Ryan. Ryan the cowboy. Cardigan had really liked Ryan the cowboy, but knew that a holiday romance would be impossible. Cowboys were notoriously bad men. As Cardigan laid on the bench, she thought more about her first holiday in America. She had eaten at many restaurants and had been surprised by how big the portions were. It was crazy. The Americans loved big things. Lots of food, big cars, lots of noise. It was a brilliant place. The last time Cardigan had visited America was last year. She had gone to Texas. It had been her first visit to Texas, but definitely not the last. Cardigan wanted to go back to Texas. In fact, Cardigan enjoyed Texas so much that she was thinking about emigrating there. What with Brexit and all the like, it was probably time. Cardigan loved Texas, and the best thing about Texas was the music scene. The music scene in Texas was very country. And every Saturday, Cardigan went to country and western dancing classes. Country and western dancing classes were fun. Not very many people went, but the people that did go were great people. Cardigan loved dancing. Nearly as much as she loved Texas, but not quite. Cardigan was planning another trip to America, but unfortunately, work as a teacher meant that she couldn't go as often as she wanted. So, hopefully, in the next couple of years. In fact, as Cardigan sat in the gallery, she thought about planning her next trip to Texas when she got home. This evening, she would look at her computer and see if she could find cheap flights to Texas. It would be amazing. It would be her best holiday ever. As she sat in the gallery, she knew she would be going to Texas in the next couple of years. Cardigan enjoyed the gallery. Cardigan thought about the parallels between technology and life, and how much technology affected life. Like how often people use their phones, and how often people looked at the internet. Cardigan enjoyed the internet. It meant that she could look at pictures of America. It meant that she could plan her next trip to Texas. It also meant that she could keep in touch with friends. Friends that she hadn't seen for a long time. Friends like Ryan the cowboy. Even though Cardigan and Ryan the cowboy hadn't spoken for a long time, the information on the walls of the gallery also drew the parallels that Cardigan thought about life and technology. As Cardigan stood in the gallery, she thought about how much technology was involved in her own life. The other people in the gallery also thought about how technology ran parallel with their lives. They both had on something black. The boy wore a black backpack, and the girl a black waistcoat. Black waistcoat, not technology. black backpack, also used technology a lot, but was slightly more indifferent than black waistcoat. Black waistcoat used technology much more than your average user, and was often seen on her phone when she should have been listening to the person opposite her. But that's okay. That's what technology was for. The information on the walls had a lot to do with technology. The benches were incredibly inviting. Sometimes people sat on the benches.
Supercalifragilistic.
Sometimes the benches were empty. The narrator was always present. The information on the walls flickered occasionally, as the information continued to update and change. The benches were a great place to sit and read the information that was on the walls. The man in the hat read the information on the walls. The man in the hat with the white stripe enjoyed the information on the walls. The information on the walls reminded him of the last time he used his computer. That was only this morning. White stripe had checked Facebook. Facebook was a great invention, he thought. Facebook allowed you to keep in touch with people that you haven't seen for a long time. The information on the walls wasn't the same as the information on Facebook. Cardigan knew that the information on the walls wasn't like the information on Facebook. Although Cardigan enjoyed Facebook. You could scroll through people's lives on Facebook and see things that they were doing. Sometimes looking at other people's lives was not interesting. Often, Cardigan thought, the information that was on Facebook was banal. Who wanted to hear about your friend having a haircut? That certainly wasn't interesting. Cardigan never put on Facebook if she was having a haircut. But then Cardigan thought, it's always interesting to find out what people are up to. And Facebook often let you find out what people were up to.
True that.
Often too much. But it was an interesting device, Cardigan thought. The information on the walls was keeping Cardigan captivated. The information on the walls was constantly changing. And if you stayed long enough, you would certainly contemplate the things that were changing. Cardigan read the information. Cardigan enjoyed the narrator speaking. Cardigan used her phone to take pictures of the information. She would show her friends later. they would have a chat about how interesting it was, how the narrator had said that she likes Texas, when in fact, Cardigan didn't like Texas. In fact, Cardigan hated America. Her favourite country was really Sweden. The reason Cardigan loved Sweden was for the food and the fish. The food and the fish were so fresh and so funny that she couldn't get enough. Cardigan was very sorry to hear about what had happened in Stockholm recently. She thought it was sad and had posted on Facebook to her Swedish friends that she hoped that they were safe. Luckily, none of her friends had been hurt. Cardigan was pleased. Cardigan wanted everybody in the world to stay safe and hoped that we could get past these terror attacks that weren't fun or nice. Cardigan sent a message to her friend in Sweden as she listened to the narrator speaking. She just wanted to check in. She just wanted to let people know that she was thinking of them. Cardigan had a good heart. She liked people to know that she was caring for them. Cardigan had lots of friends. The informations on the wall were captivating. The gallery was empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The benches were comfortable. The information on the walls was interesting and factual and relevant. The information on the walls needed to be read. The information on the walls was relevant. If people sat on the benches, they could read the information on the walls easily. The information on the walls was about technology. The information on the walls often changed, and so you should spend the time reading and also listening. The narrator was always present. The narrator could see what was happening in the room. The narrator often commented about what people were doing. Sometimes the narrator spoke for long lengths of time. Sometimes the narrator didn't speak that much, but the narrator is always present. The benches were made from wood. You could sit on the benches if you wanted to. You could also stand if you wanted to. It was your choice. The information on the walls was there to be read. Sometimes people looked at the information for a long time, and sometimes they only glanced. It was good to read the information, but it was changing constantly. Sometimes it was difficult to keep up, but the information was always interesting. People liked to walk around and have a look at the information on the walls. Sometimes people sat and looked at the information on the walls. The man in the pink shirt looked at the information on the walls. He was interested by the information on the walls. The information on the walls was talking about technology, and technology interested the man in the pink shirt. The information on the walls was often about parallels between technology now and how technology used to be. About how we use technology in modern day life. How technology dictates to everyday life. And the narrator was always present. You could sit on the benches and read the information about technology, if you so wished. Or, if you were more comfortable, you could stand and read the information on the walls, if you so wished. The information on the walls was constantly changing, and the man in the hat couldn't quite keep up with it. But he enjoyed reading the things that he could. The man in the hat read the information on the walls and listened to the narrator at the same time. He was multitasking. The man in the hat was very clever. The man in the hat had a degree in rocket science, although often when people walked past the man in the hat, they didn't realise, because he didn't wear a suit or glasses. But that didn't mean he wasn't clever. The man in the hat, who was the rocket scientist, had a friend with long brown hair. Long brown hair was not a rocket scientist, but that didn't matter. Long brown hair was an actress. Long brown hair loved to act. The last thing she had done was a film in which she starred opposite Robert De Niro. The film was yet to be released, but would be out in the next few years. Hatman enjoyed rocket science so much that he spent most of his time designing rockets. He had yet to design a spaceship, but loved to design rockets. Long brown hair didn't mind rockets, but preferred acting. Her favourite film was Forrest Gump. In fact, long brown hair really liked Tom Hanks. This was long brown hair's favourite actor. She had seen him in Forrest Gump first, and then she had watched his entire back catalogue. Forrest Gump was her most favourite, followed closely by the film Big, which Long Brown Hair found hilarious. She really wanted to find a machine that had a man in it that would tell you the future. Long Brown Hair believed in future telling. She had once had her palm read by a lady in a carnival, and Long Brown Hair sat in the gallery. She thought about what the lady who had read her palm had said. The palm reader had told Long Brown Hair that one day, gallery, and listened to herself being narrated. Long Brown Hair didn't believe the palm reader. But today, in the gallery, she found the palm reader had been telling the truth. The lady in the blue t-shirt didn't believe in palmistry. She thought all those things were nonsense. Blue t-shirt thought facts and fiction were far apart. Reality could tell you facts, books could tell you facts, but palmistry could not tell you facts. Blue t-shirt also didn't believe in things like tarot reading or things like that. Blue t-shirt found the information on the walls interesting. The information on the walls told you about technology. The information on the walls was constantly changing. The narrator was not constantly changing. The narrator was always present. The benches were always comfortable. Sometimes people sat on the benches to read the information on the walls. The information on the walls was relevant to everyday life. How we use technology, how technology uses us. The girl with the big white bag read the information on the sheet. She also wanted to read the information on the walls. Big white bag loved information. Information was the key to knowledge, and knowledge was the key to power. The information on the walls could give you power if you read it. If you sit on the benches and read the information on the walls, you will receive knowledge. Knowledge leads to power. Therefore, you should sit and read. The wooden benches are a good place to sit and read the information. The information is written on the walls. The information is also written on the paper, but the information on the walls is constantly updated. Because the information on the walls is constantly updated, you should read the information on the walls carefully, but also quickly. If you sit on the bench, you can read the information quickly. The narrator is always present. The information on the walls flickers and changes rapidly. The information on the walls can be read sitting on the benches or standing if you wish. It is great to sit and read information. This will update the information in your head. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. The gallery is a place of information. The walls flicker with information. The information is constantly updated. The information is constantly changing. You can sit on the benches and read the information. The benches were comfortable. People had sat on the benches before. Sometimes people stood and read the information on the walls. If you walk around, you will see different information. The narrator is present. The benches were made of wood and were painted white. They were white like the walls, except the walls had information and the benches did not. But you could sit on the benches and read the information. The information was interesting. There was so much information, you could not take it all in. But you could try hard. The information was interesting. The information was meant to be read. The information wanted to be read. The benches were a comfortable place to read the information. You could sit on the benches, but it wasn't a necessity. Standing and reading was also an option. The girl in the maroon t-shirt liked the information. The dog was indifferent to the information. He was just happy to be with maroon t-shirt. The maroon t-shirt loved her dog. The maroon t-shirt took selfies with the dog and her and the room with the information. She wasn't satisfied with her first selfie, and so took another, just to make sure the information from the gallery was in the picture. The information was interesting. The gallery was empty. The narrator is present. The gallery was empty. The narrator is present. The narrator is present. The information on the walls changed. The information on the walls changed constantly. The information on the walls changed constantly to keep the information interesting. There was so much information to read that it had to keep changing. To read the information, you could sit on the benches. The benches were comfortable. There were 2 benches. The benches looked identical, but the benches were not identical. One bench was made of beech. The other bench was made from ply. Both benches were comfortable. You could see the information on the walls easily from both benches. If you sat on the back bench, sometimes it could be difficult to read the information on the front wall if somebody sat in front of you. But both benches were comfortable. The information on the walls wasn't comfortable, but it was interesting. You could read the information projected on the walls. The information projected on the walls was there to be read. It was meant to be read. Sometimes you had to read quickly because the information on the walls changed. You could spend a lot of time reading the information on the walls. The information on the walls had a lot to do with technology. Technology has a lot to do with today. Technology is something used by everyone. Technology is inescapable. You can sit on the benches and think about technology. You could read the information on the walls and think about technology. The information on the walls has to do with technology. The information on the walls changed a lot. It was hard to keep up with the information on the walls, but it was important. Reading the information on the walls was interesting. Sitting on the benches was not interesting, but it was comfortable. You could read the information on the walls and sit on the benches at the same time. The benches looked inviting. The benches were made for people to sit on. Sometimes people sat on the benches. Sometimes people didn't sit on the benches. The man in the black jacket sat on the bench and read the information. The lady with the backpack sat next to the man in the black jacket and also read the information. Black jacket made shadow puppets on the wall. Backpack joined him because it was funny. Jacket pretended to read the piece of paper when really he was thinking about his next shadow puppet. Backpack read the information on the walls, because the information on the walls was interesting. The benches, which the narrator had said were comfortable, were actually not that comfortable. Backpack was slightly uncomfortable on the benches. Jacket, however, was very comfortable as he continued to think about shadow puppets. Jacket and backpack had come out for the day. Jacket and backpack had been cooped up all morning, cleaning their house. Backpack hated cleaning the house. Jacket didn't mind it so much. Backpack didn't want to go back to the house and clean, which was a good thing, because they had finished cleaning. All Backpack wanted to do was walk in the sunshine. Backpack even had comfortable shoes on to walk around in. Backpack enjoyed the sunshine. Blue t-shirt lady also enjoyed the sunshine. And blue t-shirt's friend, black t-shirt, also enjoyed the sunshine, although sometimes she regretted wearing a black t-shirt today because it was hot outside. And sometimes it got too hot in the black t-shirt. Blue t-shirt and black t-shirt enjoyed walking together in the sunshine. They often walked together in the sunshine. Today, they hadn't planned on coming to the gallery, but had made an accidental, wonderful discovery. Black t-shirt loved galleries. Black t-shirt loved galleries so much that she tried to go to the gallery every weekend. Blue t-shirt didn't mind galleries, but she didn't really want to go every weekend. Blue t-shirt would much rather be out dancing. Blue t-shirt loved to dance. In fact, blue t-shirt was a dancer. Blue t-shirt was a ballet dancer. Ballet wasn't blue t-shirt's favourite dancing. In fact, blue t-shirt loved tap. But unfortunately, there wasn't really much money to be made in tap, so she did ballet. Black t-shirt was not a ballet dancer. Black t-shirt was in fact a handbag maker. She had one of her handbags with her today. She bought her favourite handbag, her black handbag, that matched very well her black t-shirt. Black t-shirt loved making handbags. She sold the handbags that she made at Greenwich Market. Greenwich Market was always busy, and black t-shirt always sold her handbags. Blue t-shirt also had a handbag that black t-shirt had made with her today. Blue t-shirt's handbag was much smaller than black t-shirt's handbag. In fact, had blue t-shirt wanted, she could fit her handbag into black t-shirt's handbag. But that would defeat the point of having one handbag. So she didn't do it. Black t-shirt read the information on the paper. Blue t-shirt also read the information on the paper. They tried to read the information on the walls, but the narrator was keeping them preoccupied. Blue t-shirt thought about what she had done earlier that morning. Blue T-shirt had wanted to practice ballet, but unfortunately, she was woken by an early phone call from her mother. Blue T-shirt's mother had told her there was an emergency at home. So, instead of practicing ballet, Blue T-shirt had rushed to her mother's house, only to find that her mother's emergency was simply that the hot water would not turn on. Blue T-shirt had turned on her mother's hot water and said goodbye to her mother. But by the time she got home, Black T-shirt was already at her house, waiting for her to come to the gallery. Black T-shirt and Blue T-shirt lived not far from each other, not next to each other, more like 2 or 3 streets away. Black T-shirt had a wonderful kitchen, and often Blue T-shirt and Black T-shirt would spend time in Black T-shirt's kitchen, drinking wine. They both loved a Pinot Grigio. In fact, Pinot Grigio was their favourite wine. The narrator is present. The information on the walls flickering. The flickering information is interesting. The information on the walls is meant to be read. The information on the walls is there to keep you interested. The information on the walls is there not just for your entertainment, but also for your knowledge. The information on the wall is important. The narrator is always present. The narrator is happy to be changing people's lives. The narrator is always present. The benches are made of wood. The benches are not made of plywood, as the narrator had said earlier. Both benches were in fact made of oak. The benches were comfortable. The benches were made for people to sit on. If people sat on the bench has fulfilled its destiny. The more people that sit on the bench and read the information, the happier the bench is. The wooden benches are painted. The wooden benches are painted white. That way, if they get dirty, you can clean them. The white benches match the white walls. The white walls contain information. Information you can find in other places, but not easily. You should sit on the benches and look at the information. The information flashes on the walls. The information was meant to be read. If you read the information on the walls, you will fulfill the destiny of the information. The information will either fill you with pleasure or fill you with dread. It doesn't matter which. It just matters that the information is read. You can read the information while sitting on the benches. Often, people sat on the benches and read the information that always changed on the walls. Sometimes people read everything. Sometimes people read nothing and just listened to the narrator. The narrator is present. Don't look comfortable. But the benches were comfortable. The benches. The information on the walls was interesting. You could read all the information on the walls if you wanted to, but you would have to stay and sit on a bench. The walls were made from cement, and projections flickered on the walls. Grey t-shirt lady enjoyed looking at the information on the walls. Grey t-shirt lady also looked at information on the paper. Black t-shirt man also wanted to look at the information. So, black t-shirt man put on his glasses. Grey t-shirt looked at the walls. As Grey t-shirt looked at the walls, she thought about technology. Grey t-shirt knew that technology was all around us. Grey t-shirt liked technology. She didn't like technology, but she liked technology. Black t-shirt didn't necessarily like technology, but he knew that it was important. Black t-shirt had an up-to-date phone. In fact, he had the newest iPhone. He had bought it on the recommendation of a friend, but really, he didn't use it up to its potential. Grey t-shirt didn't have the newest iPhone, but she had a phone that worked, and she used it often. In fact, Grey t-shirt used her phone every day. She didn't just use it every day, she also worked on it, played on it, sent pictures on it, spoke on it, and communicated with it. Black t-shirt didn't do all those things with his phone. Black t-shirt sometimes took pictures on his phone, but you would never catch him taking a selfie. That's just silly.
Sounds great.
Black t-shirt also had a laptop. It wasn't a Mac, it was a PC. In fact, it was a solid laptop, which sometimes was a bit slow. And in fact, Grey T-shirt was thinking of swapping her PC for a Mac. She heard that iBooks and iMac were very quick. Black T-shirt didn't have a laptop. Black T-shirt had a desktop, which, to be fair, was fine. The last time Black T-shirt had used his desktop was this morning. Black T-shirt had used his desktop to check out his friends on Facebook. He liked to catch up and see how people were getting on. In fact, he loved to spend hours looking on Facebook. His most particular favourite posts were ones about cats. Black T-shirt loved cats. In fact, Black T-shirt had 5 cats and 2 dogs. Grey T-shirt had no animals. That doesn't mean that she didn't like animals, it just meant she didn't have any. Grey T-shirt lived in a flat. It was a very nice flat, but she was glad to be out of the flat today and inside the gallery. In fact, she liked the gallery so much that she decided she was going to stay and listen to the narrator for a while. Black T-shirt wasn't sure if he wanted to stay and listen to the narrator. Black T-shirt pretended he was reading the paper instead of listening to the narrator, but that was okay. Grey T-shirt thought about what the narrator was saying, and she thought, yes, narrator, I will swap my PC for an iMac. They are much better and much faster. Grey T-shirt also thought about buying a cat. Now the narrator had mentioned it, she quite wanted one. Grey T-shirt liked kittens and thought about how much fun it would be to have a kitten walking around her flat. She could put bows in the kitten and watch it wander around and play with it. Black T-shirt didn't have any kittens. As the narrator said before, Black T-shirt had 5 cats and 2 dogs, none of which were kittens. Black T-shirt loved his cats. They were named Flopsy, Dopsy, Bugby, George, and Bumble. The dogs, who didn't have quite such adventurous names, were called Black and White. The dog called Black was white, and the dog called White was black. Black T-shirt had a good sense of humour. Grey T-shirt also had a good sense of humour. She enjoyed very much watching Monty Python. In fact, Monty Python and his Flying Circus was her favourite programme. She had started watching it when she was young. To be exact, when she was 8 years old. As she sat in the gallery, Grey T-shirt thought about the first Monty Python sketch she had ever seen. It was the sketch with the dead parrot. She had loved, especially when John Cleese hit the parrot on the counter and said it was a dead parrot. Black T-shirt had also seen the Monty Python sketch, and had enjoyed it, but wasn't fussed about Monty Python. Black T-shirt much preferred a non-slapstick style of humour. Black T-shirt loved live comedy. In fact, Black T-shirt, after spending the day in the gallery, was going to watch the comedian Stuart Lee. Stuart Lee was a brilliant live comedian, Black T-shirt thought. Grey T-shirt had never heard of Stuart Lee, but when she went home after being in the gallery, she was going to look him up, and she was going to love him. Black T-shirt and Grey T-shirt enjoyed the narration. Black T-shirt was eager to find out what the narrator would say next about him. He was unsure. But Black T-shirt sat patiently after Grey T-shirt had left. Black T-shirt also had a black jacket. Black T-shirt also had black jeans, but he wasn't wearing black jeans today. He thought that maybe that would have been a bit too much. He broke up the black with blue jeans and white trainers. Black T-shirt didn't enjoy colour as much as others. In fact, Black T-shirt thought colour was slightly overrated. Black T-shirt didn't like bright colours, but did enjoy black and blues and greys and whites. Simple colours, easy colours, non-fluffy colours. As Black T-shirt sat in the gallery, he thought about this. He thought about colours that made up the day. For example, outside now, we have a bright blue sky. That's fine, but wouldn't it be more interesting, thought Black T-shirt, if the sky was black? If the sky was black, we would be able to see things much more vividly. Black T-shirt continued to think about colour. After thinking about the blue sky, he thought about the green grass. Thinking about the green grass reminded him of his garden. Black T-shirt loved his garden. He had been in his garden before he had come to the gallery. It was such a beautiful day that he had sat in his garden with his dogs and his cats and enjoyed the sunshine, but had then decided to come to the gallery and sit and listen to the narrator. In fact, Black T-shirt didn't have any animals. Black T-shirt lived without animals. Things were much easier that way. Black T-shirt didn't mind animals, but he preferred a quiet life. And animals tended not to be quiet. Animals could be quite loud. It was difficult to have loud animals when your neighbours complained. Black T-shirt had neighbours that complained often. The lady in the brown dress didn't have neighbours that complained often. In fact, brown dress and her friend, maroon t-shirt, had lovely neighbours. Both of them. Brown t-shirt, brown dress and maroon t-shirt didn't live together, but luckily for them, they both had nice neighbours. Black t-shirt was slightly jealous of brown dress and maroon t-shirt. Maroon t-shirt had just come back off holiday. In fact, before walking into the gallery, brown dress had picked up maroon t-shirt from the airport. Maroon t-shirt had just been on holiday to New York. Maroon t-shirt had trekked the Nepalese mountains. Brown dress had not, although she wished she had. The benches were still comfortable, and the information on the wall was still interesting. Although the information shifted quite quickly, if you sat on the benches, you could read the information and enjoy the information. The information on the walls constantly changed. The information on the walls was interesting. You could stand and read the information. You could be close to the wall or far away from the wall. But if you stood too far away from the wall, you wouldn't be able to read the information. You could sit on the bench, either of the benches, and read the information. The benches were supposed to be comfortable. The information was supposed to be interesting. If you sat on a supposedly comfortable bench, you could read the supposedly interesting information and be enlightened. The information on the walls is there to be read. The information on the walls is interesting. You don't have to read the information on the walls, nor do you have to sit on the benches, but you could if you wished. The narrator is present. The information on the walls constantly changed and flickered. Even if you didn't read the information, to watch the information rapidly changing was still beautiful. If you sat on one of the benches, you could watch the beauty of the room as the information changed on the walls. You didn't have to read. Sometimes it was interesting to read. In fact, it was good to read. But you didn't have to. The benches were not made of wood. The benches were made of steel. Steel that was painted white. If you touched the benches, you would find that the benches were cold. The lady with the headscarf didn't find the benches cold. The gentleman with the beard also didn't find the benches cold. In fact, once they had sat down, they realised the benches were not made of steel, and in fact, the benches were made of wood. The narrator had lied about the benches. The lady in the white headscarf read the information on the paper. The bearded man also read the information on the paper. Headscarf and beard wanted to read the information on the walls, but it changed quite rapidly.
True.
Headscarf and beard were enjoying their day. Headscarf and beard had been for a walk around the park. They had been enjoying the sunshine. It was about time that there was sunshine. It had been gloomy, warm winter, and we needed some sun. Headscarf enjoyed the sun. Beard too enjoyed the sun. And it was fun to walk around. As Headscarf sat in the gallery, she thought about being in the sun. The last time Headscarf had enjoyed the sun so much is when she had been to the beach. Headscarf remembered that time on the beach. Beard had also been with her. They had held hands as they walked in the sand, barefoot. Obviously, this wasn't in England, because it would have been far too cold. But they had enjoyed walking hand in hand along the beach, with their toes in the sand. They listened to the sound of the sea as it crashed onto the sand near them. Headscarf hadn't wanted her feet to get wet, so she had run away from the waves. But Beard didn't mind the waves, until, of course, his feet got wet and realised how cold the sea was, and he too ran away from the sea. Headscarf had giggled, because her feet were not wet and his feet were. As Beard sat in the gallery and read the information, he didn't think about the time on the beach. In fact, Beard was thinking about what to do after they had left the gallery. Beard quite wanted to spend the evening fixing his favourite hobby, and his favourite hobby was aeroplane making. Beard made model aeroplanes. In fact, Beard spent hours and hours making model aeroplanes. Sometimes, Headscarf was infuriated by how long Beard spent making paper aeroplanes. Not just paper aeroplanes, sometimes they were made of wood, sometimes they were made of metal. But it was still infuriating. As Beard read the information on the paper, Headscarf wanted to have a look at the information on the walls. Information on the walls was constantly changing. The gallery was empty. The narrator is present. The gallery was empty. The narrator is present. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present.
So I was thinking before, this is so much good. Apparently it's about also not so much type of technology that
The narrator is present.
you depend too much on technology. I think that's like how interpretation was.
The room waited for people. The benches sat patiently. The benches were comfortable. The benches were made for people to sit on. People sometimes sat on the benches and read the information on the walls. The information on the walls was constantly changing. The information on the walls constantly changed. The walls flickered with information. Information that was meant to be read. The information on the walls was about technology. Technology that we use in everyday life. The information on the walls is interesting. People sometimes read the information on the walls, and sometimes people didn't read the information on the walls. The information on the walls flickered. The flickering information was very beautiful. The flickering information was meant to be read. It also observed. For one person to read all the information would have taken a long time. But sometimes people sat and read the information as much as they could. Sometimes people stood and read the information as much as they could. The narrator was always present. There were two benches. The family looked at the benches. There were 3 girls on scooters and 1 woman not on a scooter. The girls looked at the information. There were 2 ladies with 3 children. Everybody enjoyed looking at the information on the walls. The gallery was empty. The benches were made to sit on. The benches looked inviting. The benches looked inviting because they were meant to be sat on. Depending on the size of the person, you could fit many people on both benches. The narrator estimated, at a squeeze, you could probably fit 6 people on each bench, but it probably wouldn't be comfortable. But why not give it a go? The benches were meant to be sat on, and the information on the walls was meant to be read. You could sit on the bench and read the information on the walls comfortably. It's important to feel comfortable while you read. If you weren't comfortable, you wouldn't sit for very long. You could stand and read and be comfortable also. Both options are your choice. The narrator is present. The benches were made of wood. The floor was made of concrete. The walls were made of concrete, but had projections. The projections were very pretty. Not only were the projections pretty, they were also interesting. You could read the interesting information or look at the pretty colours on the walls. The benches were good to sit on. The benches were very comfortable. Some people sat on the benches for a long time because they were so comfortable. Sometimes people didn't sit on the benches very long because they were too comfortable. And if they sat for very long, sitting on the comfortable benches inside the gallery, they might fall asleep and stay here. Most of the time, people didn't want to fall asleep in the gallery. The information on the walls was very interesting though, so nobody fell asleep on the benches. The interesting information on the walls was constantly changing, and people sat and read the information on the walls. Sometimes people stood and walked around, looking at the information on the walls and not sitting. That was okay. The information on the walls changed so much that it was sometimes difficult to keep up. But it was important. If you didn't keep up, you could not read. If you wanted to read the extension of the reading, you could sit on the walls. The information on the walls looked interesting. It looked interesting because it was projected. And the projections on the walls were very pretty. Watching the information flicker on the walls was like watching on a piece of art. But the director was always present. And to watch the information on the walls, the parallels between the information on the walls The neighbours in the blue purple jumper looked at the blue purple and talked about the information she received. The lady in the blue purple jumper didn't like the information there. Blue purple jumper actually received junk information through her letterbox. Junk information was not interesting. It was junk. The man in the black t-shirt next to her, luckily for him, didn't receive junk letters. Not through his letterbox, but he did receive junk letters through his email. And those with her. Blue jumper also received junk email, but she deleted it straight away. With junk letters that came through the door, you had to sort through them to get the letters that weren't junk. Black t-shirt enjoyed listening to the narrator in the gallery. He also listened to the person on the end of the phone. The person on the end of the phone told him that later that evening there was going to be a bowing party. The bowing party was going to be at the black t-shirt's house. Black t-shirt wasn't aware of this and actually was a little bit worried. Black t-shirt's house was quite small. Blue purple jumper listened to the conversation and heard that black t-shirt was going to have a party. Blue purple jumper decided that she might tag along. Blue purple jumper loved a party. In fact, blue purple jumper loved parties so much that she had been to one the night before. Black t-shirt had not been to a party the night before. Luckily for him, he had stayed indoors and cleaned his house. It was lucky that he had cleaned his house, because tonight there was going to be a banging party. Well, as long as black t-shirt gave the nod to his housemate on the phone about the banging party. To be honest, black t-shirt wasn't sure a party at his house was a particularly good idea, but blue-grey jumper lady would definitely persuade him. Blue-grey jumper lady decided as she sat in the gallery that she would help black t-shirt make the party on the cemetery. She would make cocktail sticks with sausages and other cocktail sticks with pickled onion and cheese. A merely prawn cocktail. In fact, prawn cocktail was her signature dish, and she was happy to make that for black t-shirt and the party. Black t-shirt and blue-grey jumper were very excited about the party. The gallery is empty.
I think I do.
The benches were comfortable. The benches were made for people to sit on. The benches looked open and inviting. The benches were made to be sat on. If you wanted to, you could sit on the benches and read the information that flashed on the walls. The information that flashed on the walls is intriguing. Intriguing information is the best kind of information because it keeps you interested. In keeping your interest, you learn from the information. If you learn from the information, you're increasing your knowledge. If you increase your knowledge, you're a happier person. People should sit on the benches and read the information. Some people think the benches are comfortable. Some people think the benches are not comfortable. Some people think the information on the walls is interesting. Some people don't read the information on the walls. The information on the walls is interesting, so should be read. The benches are comfortable, and so should be sat on. If people sat on the bench and read the information, they would fulfill the purpose of the artwork, listening to the narrator, as the narrator is always present. The information on the walls is constantly changing. You could sit and read the information on the walls for a long time and be interested by everything that you read. You could sit on the benches and not read the information and still be interested, because you could look at how the projection of light flickers and changes constantly against the white wall. Being in the space and looking at the background on the wall could be interesting. The benches were made to sit on. The information on the wall was made to be read. The man in the black coat looks at the information on the wall. The information on the wall is constantly updated. The information on the wall changes. The information on the wall flickered. The benches were particularly comfortable. Both benches were painted white. They were not painted by the same person. The person who painted the bench on the left had a beard, and the person who painted the bench on the right did not have a beard. One of the person who painted the benches was a woman, and one of the persons who painted the benches was a man. You can decide which of them had a beard. The benches were very comfortable. The paint on the benches was dry. The projection on the wall flickered and changed. If you squinted, the projection on the wall became fuzzy, and the information from the projection could not be read. It's better not to squint whilst reading the information. It is better to keep your eyes open. The gallery is empty. The narrator is present. 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 The benches are present. The benches are comfortable. The benches were meant to be comfortable. Sometimes people sit on the benches and think that they are comfortable. Sometimes people sit on the benches and think they are not comfortable. Comfortable or not comfortable, it's your choice. The information on the wall flickered. The information on the wall constantly changed. The constant changing and the flickering was sometimes hard to keep up with, but it was also an interesting experience. People sat on the benches and read the information on the walls. Sometimes people liked the information and found the benches comfortable. Sometimes they did not like the information. Sometimes the benches were uncomfortable. The information that flickered on both walls were different. The experience from sitting on both benches was different. If you sat closer to a wall on one of the benches, it was easier to read some of the information. If you sat further away on the other bench, farther from the other wall, it was harder to read the information. But it was also your choice. The information changed, but the information was interesting. The lady in the multicolored top was interested by the information. The man with the black bag was also interested by the information. Multicolored top looked at the information on the walls and also at the information on the paper that Black Bag was holding. Black Bag was mainly reading interesting information on the paper. As they had walked here today, Multicolored Top and Black Bag had enjoyed the weather. They enjoyed the weather while they were taking a stroll around the park. They hadn't intended to come into the gallery, but as they walked past, they decided it looked interesting, and so had come inside. As Multicolored Shirt and Black Bag sat in the gallery now, they listened to the narrator. They listened to the narrator, and they wondered what she would say next. Multicolored Top was also thinking about what she would do later this evening. Multicolored Top wasn't sure whether she should go home and cook spaghetti bolognese or go home and cook beans on toast. Multicolored Top enjoyed beans on toast, but equally enjoyed spaghetti bolognese. Beans on toast was much easier to make. And in fact, you could make beans on toast in incredibly interesting ways. Beans on toast with Worcester sauce was multicoloured tops' favourite beans on toast. Black t-shirts also enjoyed beans on toast, but he was more partial to beans on toast with cheese. DIY bagman, who sat behind multicoloured top and black t-shirt, also enjoyed beans on toast, but unlike multicoloured top, who was partial to Worcester, and black bag, who was partial to cheese, DIY bag enjoyed beans on toast with chili. Grey jumper came back from his visit at the zoo. Grey jumper had loved his visit at the zoo, but unfortunately hadn't seen the lions. Grey jumper had enjoyed the penguins at the zoo. Maroon t-shirt had not been to the zoo, although, on hearing the narrator speak about the zoo, wished that he had. Multicoloured top wondered what the narrator was talking about. And Black Bag also wondered why we were suddenly on the subject of zoos. Grey jumper enjoyed the joke. Maroon t-shirt wondered what the information on the walls was all about. And DIY bag just kept thinking about what was in his box. Now the attention was drawn to DIY's box. Everybody wondered what was in DIY's box. Maroon t-shirt was sat quite close to DIY and DIY box. And he was a little worried. DIY had been putting together the things in his box all day. There were things in there that had taken a long time to gather. DIY had been near and far to gather all the things in DIY's box. Grey jumper also thought about what was in DIY's box. But everybody was a little too unsure to actually ask. As DIY sat and knew what was in his box, he thought about what he would do later with the contents of his box. He decided that maybe he would show both maroon t-shirt and grey jumper, but wasn't sure. Grey jumper was just happy to be here again. The narrator was also pleased that Grey jumper had come back after his visit at the zoo to say hello. Maroon t-shirt sat for a while and pondered the information on the wall, and also the information on the piece of paper. While he was thinking about the information on the paper, Maroon thought about the last time he had sat on a bench with a piece of paper. That, in fact, hadn't been that long ago. The gallery is empty.
Yeah.
The benches are waiting for people to sit. The information on the walls flickered. The information changed rapidly, but you could still read the information that was on the walls. You could sit on the benches and read the information that was on the walls, the rapidly changing information. The benches were quite comfortable. The benches looked quite inviting. You could sit for as long as you wanted on the benches and read the information. The information on the walls is poignant. The information on the walls makes you think about technology and how we use technology daily and how technology influences our lives daily. The narrator is always present. The benches were made of wood. The benches were made in the same factory. The information on the walls and the benches were not made in the same place. The information on the walls should be read. The information on the walls is there for you to read and think about the information on the walls. The benches are easy to sit on. If you sit on the benches, you can read the information on the walls and be comfortable. It is better to be comfortable and read than to be uncomfortable and read. If you are uncomfortable and you read, you don't read for very long. Where, if you are comfortable and read, you would probably read for a long time. Not everybody enjoys reading for a long time. Sometimes, some people don't like to read at all, and that's fine. If you don't like to read, you don't have to. But if you like to read, you can. It's all personal choice. It's personal choice as to whether you sit down. It's personal choice as to whether you stand up. It's personal choice to read the information on the wall. It's personal choice to not read the information on the wall. The information on the wall is interesting. The information on the wall is there for perusal. The benches are there to be sat on. But if you don't feel like sitting, don't sit. If you want to stand, please stand. The information on the walls changed rapidly. The information on the walls flickered from the projector. The information flickered onto white walls and projected colour and words onto white walls. It was interesting to sit and read the information, thought the man with the grey t-shirt, as he looked at the wall. But the information was very rapid. It was far more interesting to listen to the narrator speak, thought the grey t-shirt. In fact, the narrator was so interesting, it reminded Grey t-shirt of the really interesting narrator he had listened to the time before, when he had been in the other gallery and sat and listened to narration. Being in this gallery now was like being in the other gallery there. Both of them had been slightly confusing times. But Grey t-shirt was enjoying his time in this gallery. Grey t-shirt had enjoyed his whole day. The sun had been shining beautifully as he had walked through the park to come to this gallery. The last time Grey t-shirt had been on such a beautiful walk was when he was on holiday in the Lake District. Grey t-shirt loved the Lake District. In fact, it was Grey t-shirt's favourite destination. Grey t-shirt went to the Lake District at least once a month. Grey t-shirt was lucky. Grey t-shirt had a caravan in the Lake District. So Grey t-shirt could go to the Lake District whenever he wanted. And in fact, he went there as often as he could. Grey t-shirt was in fact going to go to the Lake District later today. After Grey t-shirt had finished in the gallery.
You shut
The
it down.
benches waited to be sat on. The narrator waited patiently.
Let's go with this, no.
The information on the walls changed constantly. The information was interesting information. The information
The voice is robotic.
was information that people enjoyed reading. Lots of people have read the information. Some people have not read the information. Either way, that's fine. Reading the information is entirely your choice, just as listening to the narrator is entirely your choice. But please remember that the narrator is always present.